Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive. In the final weeks of spring at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the sun stretched longer in the sky, casting gold and firelight over the turrets and towers. The lake shimmered, the forbidden forest stirred with unseen life, and within the quiet corridors of the castle, students prepared for exams with varying degrees of dread. But for two cousins, Rose Weasley and Albus Potter, something far more curious than exams was about to unfold. It began with an owl. A grand ash-gray owl with speckled wings and amber eyes landed on the long Ravenclaw table during breakfast, knocking over a goblet of pumpkin juice. Rose glanced up from her book, startled. The owl bore no school insignia and wore no familiar colors, just a wax-sealed envelope clutched tightly in its talons. The envelope was thick, made of old parchment, and sealed with deep blue wax stamped with a sigil Rose had never seen. A serpent coiled around a broken wand, beneath which was inscribed a word in runes: Moorhallow. Albus, seated beside her with his usual unbrushed hair and a grin that meant trouble, nudged her elbow. "Well, that's not your ordinary post." "I wasn't expecting anything," Rose muttered, taking the letter cautiously. The owl gave a single hoot and flew off, vanishing through the high windows of the great hall. With hands that trembled only slightly, she broke the seal. Inside, on aged vellum, written in spidery but elegant handwriting, was a single sentence: "The last vault of House Moorhallow now belongs to its heir. The key awaits at Gringotts." There was no name, no signature, no further explanation. Rose reread the words 3 times, heart fluttering like wings in her chest. "House Moorhallow," she murmured aloud. "I've never heard of them." Albus leaned closer. "Well, sounds like a good reason to go to Gringotts, doesn't it?" "No," Rose replied firmly, folding the letter. "It's probably a mistake, or a prank, or some odd goblin business." But she couldn't help it. Through the rest of breakfast and through every class that followed, her mind kept returning to that name: Moorhallow. The broken wand, the serpent. And why had the letter called her an heir? That night, in the Ravenclaw common room beneath the domed ceiling of stars, she took out the letter again. The ink shimmered faintly in the candlelight. Something about the script felt old. Older than Hogwarts itself, and the wax, it hadn't been ordinary blue, but a strange, shifting hue like moonlight on deep water. She barely noticed when the portrait hull creaked open and Albus snuck in. "You didn't even try to stop me," he said, flopping onto the seat beside her. "You're impossible to stop," she replied. "What are you doing here? Ravenclaw Tower doesn't exactly welcome Gryffindors after hours." "I had a hunch you'd still be obsessing," he said, nodding to the letter, "so I did a bit of digging." "Well, James did, but I borrowed his notes." He laid out a few scraps of parchment, all covered in scrawled handwriting. "House Moorhallow," he whispered, tapping one of the pages. "Extinct since the mid-1200s. Old pureblood family. Big into experimental magic, forbidden stuff, you know the type. Their estate vanished during the Goblin rebellions. Not destroyed, vanished, and so did their vault. Rose stared at him. "How do you vanish a vault in Gringotts?" "No idea, but apparently it was sealed, cursed, and buried beneath all the other vaults. So deep that no goblin's gone down there since. It's like a tomb. Well, then anyone leave that to me." Albus shrugged. "That's what we're going to find out." Rose frowned, biting her lip. She was the logical one, the careful one, the one who made study timetables for holidays, but something inside her stirred at the mystery, something old and sharp. She didn't like it. And yet, 2 days later, on the first day of the weekend, they stood outside Gringotts' Wizarding Bank. The goblin at the entrance gave them a glare sharp enough to slice steel. Albus waved awkwardly. "Just here to open a vault," he said cheerily. The goblin sneered. "Name." "Rose Weasley," she said a bit more confidently than she felt. "I received a letter about a vault. House Moorhallow? That changed things." The goblin's expression flattened. He muttered something in gobbledygook and beckoned them to follow. They were led down winding marble halls, deeper than either had gone before. No carts, no speed rails, just silence, stone, and the sound of their own breath echoing off the walls. The air grew colder. The torches turned from gold to a pale green flame. At last they reached a steel door unlike any other. No handles, no hinges, only a sigil, the same one from the letter. The serpent, the broken wand. The goblin turned to them. "Only the air may pass." Rose stepped forward, heart thundering. She pressed her palm against the sigil. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the door shuttered, and the sigil began to glow. A deep groaning filled the corridor, as if the very earth were shifting. Then the vault opened. Darkness beyond. The goblin gave a curt nod. "Proceed at your own risk. No goblin will follow." Rose turned to Albus. He grinned. "Adventure, then?" She didn't smile, more like madness. Still, side by side, they stepped into the blackness. Behind them, the door sealed shut with a thunderous clang, and the descent began. Beneath Gringotts, beyond the reach of light or time, the last vault of House Moorhallow waited, and something ancient had begun to stir. The door behind them closed with a groan and a final clang, muffled by the stone. At once the air changed, denser, colder, as though the vault had not been opened in centuries. Rose drew her wand at once. Albus did the same, though with a certain casual flair, pretending he wasn't the slightest bit unnerved by the darkness pressing in around them. "Lumos," Rose said quietly, and the tip of her wand flared with light. They stood at the top of a narrow spiral stairway, hewn from smooth black stone. It coiled downwards into the dark, and there was no railing to hold on to. The walls were wet with condensation, and every sound echoed strangely. Each footstep, each breath, as though the tunnel itself were listening. "I suppose this is the part where I say, 'After you,'" Albus muttered. Rose gave him a look, but descended first without a word. Her light lit the steps ahead, casting long shadows that twisted and stretched in impossible ways. The air was cool and dry, yet there was a scent in it, a faint trace of old paper, dust, and something else. Something metallic. The stairway spiraled for so long that Rose lost track of time. The silence was thick. The only sounds were the soft taps of their shoes and the occasional groan of ancient stone. At last, they came to a small landing where the stair ended in a narrow archway. The arch bore runes that shimmered faintly in the wandlight, but Rose didn't recognize the script. She hesitated. Albus leaned over her shoulder, squinting. "That's not Latin. Looks older." "I don't like this," Rose whispered. "It feels wrong. And yet you're still going forward." Rose swallowed and stepped through the arch. The corridor beyond was low and wide, the ceiling arched with interlocking stones. Bones, or something that looked very like bones, had been etched into the walls, white in the glow of their wands. Here and there metal sconces flickered to life as they passed, their green flames casting an eerie glow. After a short walk, they came upon a door. This one was of dark iron, wrought with carvings of ravens and wolves, and the doorknob was in the shape of a human hand curled into a fist. When Rose reached for it, the fist clenched tighter. Both she and Albus jumped back. "Charming," Albus muttered. Rose narrowed her eyes. "Let me try something." She raised her wand. Alohomora. So there was a low, grounding creak. But the door didn't open. Instead, the carved wolves began to move, their eyes glowing red. The iron hand uncurled, and a voice rasped from the door itself, low, crackling, and not quite human. "Make the truth or be turned away." Albus raised an eyebrow. "A talking door, of course." Rose steadied herself. "Truth? About what?" The voice hissed again. "What was lost must remain hidden. What do you seek?" Rose exchanged a glance with her cousin. "We're looking for the Moorhallow vault. We received a key, a letter." There was silence. Then, "That is not truth. That is cause. Speak truth." For a long moment, Rose hesitated. The green fire flickered, the wolves on the door stilled, and the silence stretched. Then in a soft voice she said, "I want to know who I am. I want to know why this vault calls to me." The door gave a long, low groan, and slowly the hand uncurled, turning back into iron. The carving stilled, and with a heavy click, the door creaked open. Albus gave her a look of mingled admiration and surprise. "You're getting good at this." "I'm not sure if that's comforting or not," she replied. They stepped into the chamber beyond, and both drew breath sharply. The room was circular and vast, the walls covered in shelves stacked with ancient scrolls, sealed books, and strange artifacts whose purposes they could not guess. In the center stood a stone platform, and upon it, resting on a velvet cushion, was a key. But not just any key. It was longer than a wand, made of what looked like black crystal, carved with delicate symbols and tipped with a sharp silver edge. The air around it shimmered faintly. Rose approached slowly. As she drew near, the key began to glow. "Do you think this is it?" Albus asked, peering around the chamber. "I think it's the beginning," Rose said quietly. She reached out and lifted the key. At once, the floor beneath them began to tremble. The shelves rattled. From the walls, a series of sharp clicks sounded in sequence, as if an ancient mechanism had been triggered. Then, with a low, grinding moan, a segment of the far wall slid open, revealing a tunnel that sloped downward. "Of course it did. You know," Albus said, "if I ever say we're going on a peaceful outing again, remind me of this moment." "Come on," Rose muttered, already moving forward. They entered the tunnel, and this time they didn't walk for long. After a few minutes of cautious descent, they reached a second door, plain but vast. its stone carved with a great circle surrounded by 12 stars. In the center was a small, keyhole-shaped indentation. Rose stepped forward and fit the key into the center. It turned with a satisfying click, and the door parted down the middle, opening inward. What lay beyond stole their breath. It was not a vault, but a cavern, vast and echoing, glittering with crystal formations. A narrow bridge of stone led across to a platform on the far side, where something shimmered within a glass case. But they weren't alone. A figure stepped out from behind one of the crystal pillars, tall, cloaked in dark gray, his face half hidden beneath a hood. He held a wand at his side, and his presence sent a chill crawling up Rose's spine. "You're not supposed to be here," the man said. "Neither are you," Albus replied quickly, wand raised. The man smiled. "I'm always where I'm meant to be, and I've been waiting for that key." Rose tightened her grip on it. "Who are you?" He gave a mocking bow. "Cormac Drell, curse breaker, treasure hunter, and the only one who understands what lies beneath this bank." Albus stepped protectively between the man and Rose. "Well, you'll have to wait a bit longer." Drell's smile deepened, and he raised his wand. "I don't think I will." There was no warning. The spell lashed out, a jet of purple light aimed at Albus' chest. He deflected it just in time, but the blast sent both him and Rose sprawling back, and the cavern began to shake. From the darkness below, something ancient stirred. The vault had been opened, but the true danger had just begun. The tremor beneath their feet deepened, rising to a low roar that echoed through the cavern like the growl of some enormous, sleeping beast disturbed from slumber. Cracks laced across the crystal-covered walls, and several great shards splintered and fell, crashing into the chasm below. Dust rained from above. Rose scrambled up, dragging Albus by the arm as the narrow bridge behind them began to crumble. "Move!" she shouted, her voice barely audible over the thunderous groan of the shifting earth. Albus didn't argue. They ran across the stone bridge, its surface trembling with each step, while Cormac Drell followed behind at a measured pace, wand still raised, unaffected by the chaos around them. His cloak fluttered with each stride, yet he seemed almost amused. They reached the platform on the far side just as a large section of the bridge collapsed behind them. The path back was gone. Rose spun around, breathing hard, and pointed her wand directly at Drell. "Expelliarmus!" she cried. The red spark hit his wand hand and he staggered back a pace, but his grip held firm. He tilted his head slightly, as though mildly impressed. "Quick!" Albus hissed, pointing to the glass case that stood atop a stone pedestal behind them. Inside it floated a small obsidian cube, no larger than a snitch, marked with the same serpent and broken wand crest as the letter Rose had received. The air around it shimmered with enchantment. Whatever it was, it radiated power, dark, strange, and old. "That must be it," Rose said, barely above a whisper. "That's what he's after." Before they could act, Drell sent another spell, a spiraling arc of silver that hissed like steam. Rose ducked, and the spell smashed into the pedestal behind her, cracking the stone and throwing sparks into the air. Albus retaliated with a streak of orange fire that forced Drell to leap aside. The glass case shattered, and the obsidian cube dropped onto the pedestal with a faint clink. Time seemed to stop. Rose looked at it. Something in her chest pulled toward it, like a thread being tugged by invisible hands. Her fingers ached to reach out, but her instincts screamed in protest. "Don't touch it," Albus warned, as if reading her mind. "I wasn't going to," she lied. Then Drell spoke, his voice low and cold, yet strangely calm. "You don't know what it is, do you?" "We know it belongs to House Moorhall," Rose replied, wand steady in her grip. He nodded slowly. "Indeed. It belonged to Morrigan Moorhallow herself, the Pale Witch, one of the first to delve into the deep magics, those forgotten before even Hogwarts was founded." Rose frowned. "That's just legend." "Legends," Drell said softly, "begin in truth." As he raised his wand again, the pedestal cracked entirely, and the cube rolled free, striking the ground with a metallic note that rang through the chamber like a bell. In the silence that followed, the trembling ceased. For one terrible heartbeat, all was still. Then the floor beneath the platform gave way. Bones split. The entire structure began to sink as the rock crumbled into darkness. Rose and Albus leapt backward just in time, landing on a narrow ledge where a broken staircase led deeper down. Drell vanished with the collapsing stone, though whether he fell or vanished by magic, neither of them could tell. The cube had fallen with him, vanishing into the black. Albus groaned, brushing stone dust from his hair. "Well, that was neat." Rose turned toward the stair. "We can't go back. We'll have to go forward." "I was afraid you'd say that." They began to descend, following the stair as it spiraled downward into the deeper dark. The torches no longer lit for them here. Rose had to keep her wand alight, the narrow beam barely reaching the steps ahead. The walls were smooth and damp, the air cooler still. Somewhere far below, water dripped. There were no more sigils, no more carvings, just the sound of their steps, their breath, and the slow thrum of something ancient, like a heartbeat in stone. After what felt like an age, they reached the bottom. The stair ended at a wide hall supported by carved pillars, each one twisted like roots turned to stone. At the end of the hall was another door, massive, black as pitch, carved from volcanic rock and veined with silver. As they approached, the door opened on its own. Albus raised his wand, but Rose stopped him. "Wait, I don't think it's a trap. Not yet." They stepped inside. The chamber beyond was unlike anything they'd yet seen. It was vast, silent, and filled with rows of standing mirrors. Each mirror was different. Some were tall and narrow, others short and wide, some cracked, others perfectly smooth, but none reflected the room. Instead, each showed a different scene, a forest bathed in moonlight, a stormy sea, a spiral staircase vanishing into mist, a child crying in a garden, a cloaked figure standing over a grave. "What is this place?" Albus asked, voice low. Rose shook her head. "Some kind of memory vault?" They moved cautiously between the mirrors, their reflections absent. Each mirror flickered with motion, images shifting and rippling like water. Rose stopped before one that showed a girl no older than herself, with pale hair and gray eyes, standing at the base of a burning tower. Something about her face was familiar. "She looks like," Rose began, but the image changed. Behind them, a sound, a faint creak. They spun. One of the mirrors had cracked, and from it a thin shadow slipped free, moving across the floor like oil on water. Rose raised her wand. "What in Merlin's name?" The shadow lunged. They scattered, Rose casting a shield charm that flared brightly and repelled the thing, but it reformed at once, slithering behind another mirror. Now more mirrors cracked and more shadows seeped out, writhing, whispering. "They're reflections," Rose said breathlessly. "Corrupted. They're not real." "Tell that to them," Albus shouted, sending a burst of light toward the larger shadow, which shrieked and flinched, but did not dissolve. There were too many. The air filled with whispers, unintelligible but terrible. Rose grabbed Albus's arm, dragging him toward the far end of the hall, where a final mirror stood alone, framed in silver, untouched by cracks and glowing faintly blue. As they neared, the shadows hesitated, as though afraid. Without thinking, Rose placed her hand on the glass. The whispers stopped. The world tilted. The chamber vanished. They stood now in a stone circle beneath a darkened sky, stars wheeling madly above. The air was thin and biting cold. In the center of the circle stood a woman, tall, pale, draped in robes that moved without wind. Her face was the one Rose had seen in the mirror. Her eyes, gray and ancient, turned toward them. "But you carry the key," she said. Rose could not answer. "I'm Morgan Morehallow," said the woman, "and you have trespassed into the Vault of Echoes." Albus drew breath to speak, but the stars above swirled and shifted, and Morgan's voice filled the sky. "Your blood has awakened what was meant to sleep. Now you must walk the path to its end, or perish." Then the world shattered like glass, and Rose awoke on cold stone, gasping for breath. The vault was far from finished with them. Rose sat up, dazed and shivering, her wan light flickering weakly by her side. The stone beneath her was slick with condensation, and the air tasted of rust and something older still, like time itself had soured. Around her the mirror chamber had changed. Most of the glass panels were shattered, their surfaces dark and lifeless. The once whispering shadows were gone, as if banished by the vision or the memory of Morgan Morehallow. Albus groaned nearby and pushed himself upright, rubbing a cut on his forehead. What was that? A memory? A ghost? Or a curse pretending to be one? "I don't know," Rose said softly, though her voice felt distant to her own ears. "But she knew me. She looked right at me, and she said my blood awakened this place. She also said we'd perish." "Charming," Albus muttered, brushing dust off his robes and lighting his wand anew. "Let's not stay to find out if she meant it." There was no clear exit this time. The vault had shifted again. What had been a chamber of mirrors was now a crumbling rotunda, with an archway at the far end. The walls were no longer carved stone, but some kind of living rock, riddled with narrow fissures and pulsing with faint silvery veins. As they passed through the arch, a chill passed over them, like walking through a ghost. The tunnel beyond was rougher, more like a natural cave than a vault passage. The magic here felt old and wild, as though the goblins who had once delved so deep had long abandoned any attempt to tame it. Moss glowed faintly along the ceiling, casting a strange green hue that flickered as they walked. Somewhere in the dark, water dripped steadily. Far off, something groaned, like metal strained under pressure. They moved carefully, wands raised, until the tunnel opened into a narrow chamber lit by a single hanging lantern, ancient and rune-marked, suspended above a stone table. Upon the table lay a map, frayed at the edges, covered in dust, but clearly magical. Its ink shimmered faintly, forming and reforming symbols in silence. Albus stepped closer. "I think this is the deep map. It shows the vaults under Gringotts. Look, here's the main passageway, and here's us." A small, glowing dot blinked near the very bottom of the page. Rose studied the map, brow furrowed. "It is a path that goes even deeper, past where we've been, and look. Those runes beside it, they match the ones on the arch where the shadows first appeared." Albus tilted his head. "You think it's a warning?" "I think it's an invitation." He gave her a doubtful look. "From who? The dead witch who threatened to destroy us?" "Maybe," Rose admitted, her voice steady. "Or maybe from someone who wants us to finish what she started." They followed the path shown on the map, pressing deeper into the earth. The air grew colder with each step, and the walls narrowed until they were walking single file, shoulders brushing damp stone. Several times they passed carvings that glowed faintly as they approached, sigils of unfamiliar design, etched in silver and blue. Rose touched none of them. She remembered the way the shadows had crept from the mirrors, and the way the vault shifted with their movement. Everything in this place was watching, waiting. At last, they came to a circular room, its walls covered in moss and delicate spiderwebs. In the center stood a raised stone basin, shallow and wide, filled with a silver-black substance that shimmered and swirled like a Pensieve's contents, but moved more like smoke than memory. "Is it another vision?" Albus asked, peering into the basin. "No," Rose murmured. "It's a test." "What kind?" "The kind that doesn't wait for permission." Without warning, the surface of the basin surged upward, forming a tall figure cloaked in mist. It had no face, only a pale mask with hollow eyes. It raised a long, mist-wrapped arm and pointed directly at Rose. "Name your desire," it said, its voice echoing without sound. Rose stood still, wand clenched at her side. "We're not here to take anything. We want to stop Cormac Drell. He means to claim something that should never be found." The masked figure tilted its head. "All who enter seek something. Name it." "I want to understand why I was summoned," she said, voice rising. "I want to know what Morgan left here and why it calls to me." The figure remained silent for a moment. Then it turned toward Albus. "And you?" He blinked. "I came to keep her safe." The mist figure studied them both, then extended its hand toward Rose. A long silver thread, fine as hair, drifted from its palm and coiled in the air before her. She hesitated only a moment before reaching out and taking it. At once, she saw a flicker behind her eyes, images flashing like sparks. A long hall of columns, a vault door covered in ice, a chained creature with silver eyes, a figure cloaked in light, crumbling into dust. Then, nothing. When she opened her eyes, the figure was gone. "So," Albus said quietly, "was that good or bad?" "I don't know," Rose replied, pressing the silver thread to her chest. It vanished at once, absorbed like light into shadow. The basin cracked, and the passage ahead opened with a low rumble. A breeze, dry and cold, rushed toward them. "I suppose that means we passed," Albus said, adjusting his grip on his wand. "Or we've just been allowed to walk to our doom." Rose managed a small smile. "You're getting more optimistic, learning from the best." They moved forward into a chamber shaped like a dome, carved directly into the rock. Chains hung from the ceiling, thick and tarnished, each attached to a floating crystal that pulsed with blue light. At the center of the chamber stood a cage made entirely of rune-bound iron, and within it, resting on a raised stone, was the obsidian cube they had seen earlier, recovered, untouched, and humming softly. But it wasn't alone. Cormac Drell stood beside it, wand in one hand, the other holding a jagged talisman that flickered with green fire. He did not look surprised to see them. "I thought you might find your way here," he said, eyes gleaming. "You're clever, I'll grant you that." Rose stepped forward, raising her wand. "Step away from the artifact," Drell chuckled. "You really don't know what this is, do you? It's not treasure, it's a prison. A piece of Morrigan's final spell. She locked it away down here because even she couldn't destroy it." "Then why try to take it?" Albus asked. "Because I can unlock it," Drell said calmly. "And with what's inside, I can command what no wizard has touched in 1,000 years. Rose felt the vault tighten around her. The air grew heavier. The chains trembled above them. Whatever magic was bound in this place, it was waking again. She took a breath. "You're not taking anything, Drell. This ends here." He smirked. "Let's see." His wand slashed the air, and the duel began. Bells flew. Light and shadow danced across the chamber. Drell moved with precision, his magic sharp and cruel. Albus held the right, Rose the left, their shields flashing against Drell's curses. The chains above rattled furiously as the magic built in the room, and the cube pulsed with every strike. At last, Drell struck the cage itself. The runes flashed, the iron cracked, the cube rose slowly into the air, spinning, dark light spilling from its surface. "No!" Rose cried, casting a stunning spell with all her strength. It hit Drell full in the chest, sending him sprawling. But it was too late. The cube had awakened. A voice filled the chamber. Not spoken, not heard, but felt. Cold, ancient, whispering through their very bones. "Who breaks the seal shall bear the burden." And with that, the vault of echoes shattered once more. For one breathless moment, all sound vanished, as if the entire world had inhaled and held its breath. The obsidian cube floated at the heart of the chamber, turning slowly in the air, light bleeding from its carved runes, like ink spreading through water. The silver-pearl glow of the chains above flickered, and then extinguished, leaving only the eerie, pulsing radiance of the awakened artifact. Rose stood frozen, wand trembling in her hand. Albus was at her side, eyes fixed on the object, his breathing shallow. Across the chamber, Cormac Drell stirred from where he had fallen, groaning faintly as he propped himself up on one elbow, his face twisted with triumph rather than pain. The cube gave a soft chime, a single note that rang through the stone like a bell, tolling far below the earth. Then it burst apart, not in shards, but in light. From its center came a flare of pale fire, not flame, but something colder, older, a memory of fire rather than its living heat. It spun outward in tendrils, brushing against the chains, the stone, the runes, disrupting every enchantment as it passed. The iron cage crumbled into flakes of rust. The floor cracked in a spiral, a circle etched by time itself. In the center of the ring now stood not a cube but a figure. She was tall, her skin like alabaster, her robes pale gray and shifting like smoke. Her long white hair curled about her shoulders like drifting mist, and her eyes, deep gray, the color of storms at sea, fixed directly on Rose. Morrigan Moorhallow had returned. No one moved. Even Drell, whose entire plan had hinged on this moment, stared in open awe, his lips parted as though unable to speak. The witch's voice when she spoke was not loud, but it carried. It moved through the chamber like wind in a graveyard, brushing past their ears and into their thoughts. "You come with my blood," she said, her gaze locked on Rose. "And with it you have broken the seal. The vault has opened, and the last memory is unbound." Rose swallowed hard, her wand lowering slightly. You're not real. You're a memory or a projection." Morgan's lips curved faintly. "I am what remains. What was bound in darkness to keep the old magic from rising again. And now that the seal is broken, it cannot be undone." Albus stepped forward, wand still at the ready. "Why call to Rose? What does she have to do with you?" "I was the last of my line," Morrigan said softly, her voice now tinged with something more human, sorrow perhaps, or regret. "And yet I knew the blood would not vanish forever. The vault was crafted not merely to imprison my work, but to find the one with the strength to undo it. The heir." Drell had regained his feet and now stepped closer, talisman raised once more. "Then it's true," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "The Pale Witch lives, and her magic still endures. What you sealed away, I want it. I'll finish what you began." Morrigan turned her head slowly toward him, her expression unreadable. "You are no heir. You are a thief." He pointed the talisman directly at her. "I am the one who found you. That should count for something." Morrigan raised one hand, and the chains overhead came alive, writhing like serpents. In an instant, they snapped down, wrapping around Drell's arms and legs, binding him to the cracked floor. He struggled, but the runes on the chains flared bright blue, sealing his magic. His wand clattered from his hand and rolled across the stone. "Knowledge without understanding is the seed of ruin," Morrigan said, her tone cool now, distant again. "You sought power, but you did not see the price." Rose stepped forward, trying to ignore the pounding of her heart. "If I really am your heir, then why show yourself now? Why bring me here?" "Because you have a choice," Morrigan said. "You may take what remains of my memory, my magic, and seal it once more. Or you may let it pass into shadow and be forgotten. But you must choose quickly. The vault is failing. The wards that held it stable are undone." And even as she spoke, the walls of the chamber began to groan, and dust fell in slow spirals from the domed ceiling. Cracks bloomed in the stone. The very air felt thinner, tighter, as though the magic that had shaped this place was slipping away. Rose looked at Albus. He nodded without hesitation. "We finish this. We put it back. Whatever it is, it doesn't belong out here." Morrigan stepped back and raised her arms. A circle of fireless light blazed at the center of the room, inscribed with runes that spun and shimmered. In the middle hovered a second form, a dark, writhing shape, all shadow and teeth and whispering wind. It pulsed like a living thing, shifting constantly, and its very presence made the chamber colder. "This is the echo," Morrigan said. "The last fragment of what I was. The power I could not destroy, but only bind. It is made of memory and pain, of all the magic torn from its rightful shape." Rose lifted her wand. "Tell me what to do." "You must choose the anchor," Morgan said, "the object into which the echo will be sealed. It must be strong, untainted, and bound to you by choice. No cursed relics, no talismans of thieves." Albus drew something from his pocket. A small silver ring, plain and smooth, worn thin at the edges. "Here," he said. "It's Mum's. She gave it to me first year for luck." Rose hesitated, then took the ring. It felt warm in her palm, as though it still carried Ginny Potter's quiet strength. She stepped toward the circle of light, raised the ring in one hand and her wand in the other. The runes flared brighter. The echo shrieked. It resisted, pulling against the magic like a storm tearing at a shuttered window. It twisted and coiled, striking at her with tendrils of shadow, but the light held firm. Rose shouted the words Morrigan whispered, words that were not in English or Latin, but older still, the language of true enchantment. The ring began to glow. The echo was drawn toward it, inch by inch, struggling all the while. Rose felt it pass near her heart, cold and furious, full of hunger and sorrow, and for a moment she saw a flash of Morgan's life, a crumbling tower, a duel in firelight, a child taken by darkness, and a sacrifice made in silence. Then, with a final wrenching howl, the echo vanished. The ring dropped into her hand, heavy now, humming with contained power. The light faded. The chains vanished. Drell lay unconscious, bound by magic that shimmered faintly in the cracks of the stone. Morrigan stood across from them, her form flickering at the edges, her features softer now, her eyes no longer storm-filled but quiet. "You chose well," she said. "I have only moments left. The vault will collapse. Its work is done." Rose took a step forward. "Will I see you again?" "No," said Morrigan, "but you will remember, and sometimes that is enough." With those words, she faded, like mist under the morning sun. The chamber trembled anew, and Albus seized her hand. Time to go, heir or not. Together they fled, the walls collapsing behind them, the vault of echoes falling into ruin. But sealed in Rose's pocket was the ring, glowing softly, silent and still, the last legacy of House Moorhollow. The tunnel behind them crumbled with every step, the ceiling shedding dust and splinters of stone that clattered to the floor like hail. Rose ran with her wand held aloft, her fingers wrapped tightly around the silver ring now pulsing softly in her pocket. Albus followed close behind, glancing over his shoulder every few paces as cracks raced along the walls and shadows danced madly in the failing torchlight. They passed the broken cage where the obsidian cube had once hovered, now no more than scattered fragments on the ground. The chains that had writhed from the ceiling lay motionless, cold and inert. Their enchantments faded like breath on glass. Morrigan's magic, it seemed, had gone with her, and the vault, freed from its ancient burden, was tearing itself apart. "Left," Albus shouted, pointing to a narrow side passage just ahead. The floor of the main corridor had begun to sink, stone sliding away into a widening chasm. Rose veered sharply, ducking beneath a low archway that seemed to materialize just in time. The passage was cramped and sloped upward, rough-hewn as if carved in haste, but it held, at least for the moment. They climbed without speaking, the only sounds their breath, the scrape of shoes on stone, and the distant thunder of the vault collapsing into itself. Rose's mind swirled with what had just happened. The vision of Morrigan, the echo of her voice, the searing power of the spell she had spoken, all of it burned into her memory as clearly as firelight on parchment. After several minutes, the slope leveled out. The air grew clearer, less cold, and ahead of them the green glow of goblin lanterns began to flicker faintly against the walls. At last, the corridor opened into a wide hall of smooth marble and iron, one Rose recognized from their descent. A place not yet forgotten by Gringotts. They had returned. 2 goblins stood at the far end of the hall, one bearing a long iron spear, the other holding a crystal orb that glowed faintly in his clawed hand. Both looked up at once, and their eyes narrowed in surprise as the two students stumbled from the darkness, covered in dust, their robes torn and singed, their faces drawn with exhaustion. "You should not be here," the spirit-bearing goblin said sharply, stepping forward. "This level is sealed." Rose straightened, brushing grit from her sleeves. The more hollow vault collapsed. "We need to speak to the head of the bank." The goblin stared at her for a moment, then inclined his head without a word and turned briskly down the corridor, the other following in silence. Within minutes, a cart arrived, sleek and rune-marked, its charm stones humming with steady power. Rose and Albus climbed in without hesitation, and the cart sped upward through the winding tunnels, the wind pulling at their hair and cloaks. Neither spoke. The silence was not tense, but full with thoughts too large for words. When the cart stopped at the main entrance of Gringotts, it was already well past dusk. The great marble steps outside were bathed in torchlight, and the streets of Diagon Alley had begun to empty. Shops closing one by one, lanterns flickering into life above the cobbles. The goblins led them through a side door into a small chamber lined with brass panels and guarded by runes that flickered like fireflies. Here waited an older goblin, taller than the rest, with a high brow and a staff of blackwood bound with silver. "I am Tharok," he said, his voice rasping like parchment torn in half. "You have caused a great many echoes in the deeper levels of this bank." "We didn't cause anything," Albus said quickly. "We just answered something." Tharok's sharp eyes narrowed. "Few who descend to the deep vaults return. Fewer still return with answers." He turned to Rose, who had drawn the ring from her pocket and held it carefully between two fingers, as if it might burn her. "May I?" She hesitated, then placed the ring in his palm. The moment it touched his skin, the runes along the walls flared briefly, and a hum filled the air, low and ancient. Tharok turned the ring over once, then again, and finally closed his hand around it. "It is sealed," he said quietly. "The vault has passed into legend. You have bound what was left of Moorhollow." Rose nodded. "I don't know what to do with it." Tharok tilted his head. "Then you are wiser than most." He returned the ring without further comment. "The artifact belongs to you, but its power is not meant for use. Keep it hidden, girl. Let the silence endure." They were released soon after, with no more questions asked and no names written in the registry. Goblins, it seemed, knew better than most when to leave certain matters alone. Outside, the night was cool, the sky a rich navy scattered with stars. Rose stepped onto the street and looked up at the windows of the upper vaults, then back at the cobbles below. So much had changed beneath the ground, and yet here the world went on as it always had. Albus walked beside her in silence for a time. Then, at last, he said, "We should tell someone. Professor McGonagall. Maybe even your mum." "I will," Rose said quietly. "Just not yet." They turned down Nocturne Lane, keeping to the lit part of the street, where the shadows were thin. There would be questions, of course, investigations, rumors. But the true story, the one with fireless echoes and pale witches bound by sorrow, would remain hidden. For now. At the Leaky Cauldron, they found 2 mugs of butterbeer waiting in a quiet corner near the fireplace. They sat, warmed by the flames, and said little, the weight of the day settling over them like dust over old tomes. Later, as they returned to the flue, Albus nudged her shoulder. "You know, for a cursed heir of a forgotten house, you're not half bad." Rose gave a tired smile. And you're not a terrible sidekick. The flames turned green, and they vanished into them. Behind them, the ring lay quiet in Rose's pocket, its glow fading to the barest flicker. But deep beneath the stones of Gringotts, in vaults now sealed by collapse and time, a whisper passed through the empty corridors. It was not a word, it was not a sound, but it was watching, and it remembered. The corridors of Hogwarts had never felt more familiar, nor more strange. Rose found herself pausing outside the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower longer than usual, her hand resting on the cool stone beneath the bronze eagle knocker. The breeze from a high window stirred her hair, and somewhere deep in the castle, a bell chimed softly for curfew. She stared at the sky through a narrow slit in the wall, clear and silver-lit, quiet, untouched by anything that had happened beneath Gringotts. The eagle's eyes gleamed in the dark. I have cities but no houses. I have mountains but no trees. I have water but no fish. What am I? Rose answered absently. A map. The door opened without a sound. She entered the common room, its ceiling awash in starry light, and made her way to her favorite armchair beneath the arched window. The ring weighed heavily in her pocket, and even now she could feel its subtle hum like the last breath of a storm waiting to break. Her books lay untouched on the table beside her, and her astronomy notes were still scattered from the day she'd left. It felt like 100 years had passed since then, though only 4 days had slipped by. Footsteps behind her, familiar and quick, told her Albus had not gone to Gryffindor Tower as instructed. He flopped into the chair opposite her and propped his feet on the edge of the table. "Thought I'd find you here," he said. "McGonagall's asked after us, twice." "I know." She said, "You're not in trouble," he added, "though the goblins sent word. Very official. Vault sealed, magic disturbed, students involved. You know the tone." Rose traced her finger over the edge of the armrest. "Did you tell her?" Albus said simply. "Didn't feel like my secret to give." Yet a silence stretched between them, comfortable but weighted. The fire crackled in its grate, and the enchanted windows above the bookshelves shifted slowly from starlight to drifting cloud. Rose finally said, "She was terrible, wasn't she, Morrigan?" "Yes," Alice replied, "but also brilliant and desperate. I think she wanted to be remembered for more than what she'd done." Rose nodded slowly, eyes distant. She could have destroyed everything. Instead, she locked herself away with it. All that knowledge. It was too much. Albus leaned forward, lowering his voice. "And what are you going to do with the ring?" "I don't know," she said honestly, "but I won't use it. It's not meant for that." He gave a crooked smile. "Glad to hear it. You're scary enough already." She rolled her eyes and reached for one of the books beside her, opening it to the chapter on ancient bloodlines. The pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded in places, but her eyes scanned the words with new purpose. She no longer sought trivia for essays or clever turns of phrase to impress professors. She searched now for roots, for clues, for the echoes left behind by House Moorhallow. The book held little. Most records ended in the 13th century with vague references to seditious experiments and a clandestine disappearance during the rebellions. One name appeared again and again. Morrigan, marked always with caution, occasionally with fear, but never with understanding. No one had known her, not truly. As the fire burned low and the hour turned late, Rose closed the book and stood. She turned to Albus, who was now fast asleep with his mouth slightly open and a transfiguration textbook drooping from his lap. She tucked a blanket over him and whispered a charm to dim the lights, then climbed the stairs to her dormitory. The moonlight spilled across her bed, and her trunk sat open at its foot. She knelt beside it and reached carefully into the hidden compartment she'd spelled at the start of term. From it, she withdrew a small wooden box, plain and square, with no hinges, sealed only by a single clasp. She placed the ring inside and closed the lid. With a whispered incantation, the box shimmered, then vanished, concealed once more beneath the ordinary clutter of her belongings. There it would stay, for now. The following morning came with a burst of sunlight and the laughter of students already rushing to the grounds for a rare, warm day in early spring. Rose and Albus joined their friends for breakfast, answering questions with shrugs and half-truths. Nothing strange, nothing dangerous, just a minor vault error easily sorted. The professors watched them more closely for a while, but eventually even that scrutiny passed. Yet the dreams began soon after. Rose would wake with a gasp, her hand pressed against her chest, the echo of cold still clinging to her skin. She saw corridors lined with chains, halls of mirrors where her reflection whispered things she did not understand. Once, she dreamed of the ring glowing on her hand, not humming gently, but burning. White, hot, and blinding. She said nothing to anyone, not yet. Weeks passed. The world spun on. But one day, in the quiet of the library, she found a name in a book that should not have held it. Moorhallow. Not Morgan, not the house, but something newer. A reference in a footnote. In a journal on experimental magical artifacts, it spoke of an unregistered object confiscated by the Department of Mysteries nearly 40 years prior, its location unknown. Her blood ran cold. The ring was not the only relic. She stood, closed the book slowly, and looked across the room to where Albus was nodding off again over a half-finished essay. She didn't call to him, not yet. But she would. There was more to the story. There always was. The spring rains came early to Hogwarts, soaking the grounds and filling the lake until it spilled gently over the mossy edges of the stone banks. The sky remained the color of pewter for days on end, casting the castle in a soft washed gray light that made the corridors feel dim and timeless. In the library, parchment curled at the edges from the damp, and Madame Pince cast drying charms on the shelves twice a day, muttering under her breath all the while. It was in this drizzly quiet that Rose found herself returning to the restricted section, not with borrowed permission, but under the cover of her own spell work. She waited until Madame Pince was fussing over a damaged volume of magical maritime accidents, then slid between the shelves and pressed her wand to the hidden runes near the gate. The lock clicked softly, and the gate creaked open just enough for her to slip through. She did not wonder. She knew where she was going now. Third shelf from the bottom, 5 rows in, where the ministry records were kept, in crumbling folios bound with thick, dark thread. She ran her fingers along the spines until she found the one she wanted. Recovered Artifacts and Magical Confiscations, Volume X. It was heavier than it looked. She carried it to the nearest desk and opened it carefully, the scent of age and dust rising from the pages. Each entry was precise. Object, date of recovery, magical classification, and, in some cases, a short note on potential origin or danger level. Most were dull, illegally enchanted teapots, trick wands, cursed snuff boxes, but near the end of the book, there it was. Item 72/4, B. Object. Arcane compass, form unstable. Recovered, 11 October 1984. Notes. Confiscated following the disappearance of Departmental Archivist Thalia Crowsmith. Recovered near the remains of an unregistered experimentation chamber beneath the Department of Mysteries. Object bore the mark of Moorhallow. Magic reactive to bloodline. Status, relocated to indefinite holding. Location unlisted. Rose read it twice, then copied the entry in careful script into her own notebook, marking it with a spell that would fade the ink unless she whispered the countercharm. Her fingers were cold, and not just from the chill in the air. She closed the book, returned it to the shelf, and slipped out as quietly as she had come. Later that night, she and Albus sat beneath the whispering boughs of the beech tree by the Black Lake, where the grass was damp and the wind carried the scent of rain. They had not spoken of the vault in days, though it hung between them like an old ghost, felt but unmentioned. "I found something," Rose said after a long silence. "Another artifact, tied to Moorhallow." Albus turned to her at once, expression sharpening. "Where?" "Beneath the Department of Mysteries. Decades ago. It's gone now. Relocated probably to one of the Ministry's deeper stores. They didn't know what it was, but they marked it dangerous, blood-bound." He was quiet a moment, then said, "You think it's part of the same magic." "I think it's more than that," she said softly. "I think Morrigan left pieces of herself behind, not just memories, not just that echo, but artifacts. Anchored, and the ring was one of them." She nodded, "But not the only one." Albus frowned slightly. "What does it mean? That she split herself? Like a Horcrux?" "No," Rose said quickly. "Not quite. Horcruxes are anchored in murder. This is different. Morgan's pieces aren't about clinging to life. They're echoes of knowledge, fragments of power. She wasn't trying to live forever. She was trying to protect something, or maybe prevent it." "Prevent what?" Rose hesitated, then looked out over the water. "She said she couldn't destroy it, the thing inside the vault. What if the others hold more of it? What if the ring only sealed a part?" The thought hung in the air like thunder before a storm. The lake was still, the sky heavy with clouds, and the world around them felt too quiet. Albus leaned back on his elbows and sighed. "So we're doing this then?" Rose looked at him. "You don't have to come." He gave her a tired smile. "Of course I do. If you think I'm letting you chase another cursed artifact alone, you've forgotten who you're talking to." "I was hoping you'd say that," she said. They didn't speak again that night, but as they walked back to the castle, Rose could feel the ring pressing softly against her hip through the fabric of her robes, like a heartbeat in her pocket. The next day brought with it an unexpected letter. It arrived at breakfast, carried not by a school owl, but by a sleek, dark bird with feathers like black glass. The bird circled the great hall once before landing directly on the table before Rose. Its eyes were a deep violet, and when she reached for the envelope it carried, it did not move. She broke the seal carefully. Inside was a single card, thick and gray, with handwriting in precise, narrow strokes. "To the keeper of the ring, you are not the only one searching." There was no other mark, no return address, no name. But at the bottom corner of the card, etched so faintly it was nearly invisible, was a small symbol. 3 interlocking circles surrounding a vertical line broken in 2 places. Not the mark of Moorhallow, but something stranger. Albus read the note over her shoulder and muttered, "Brilliant. Now we have secret correspondence." Rose didn't answer. She was staring at the symbol, tracing it gently with her thumb. It looked familiar, but not from any book she'd read. She folded the card and tucked it into her bag. The dark feathered bird gave a final caw and flew off through the high windows without looking back. That night, she dreamed again, of voices and mirrors, of a stairway with no end, and of a pale figure walking alone through a hall of chains. This time, the figure was not Morrigan. This time, it was her. The following week passed in an uneasy quiet, the kind of silence that feels like a warning rather than a reprieve. Though the weather brightened and students filled the grounds once more, laughing beneath the cherry blossoms and tossing quaffles under the pale blue sky, Rose felt the press of something just out of reach, something watching, listening, waiting. Her thoughts returned again and again to the gray card and the cryptic message from the mysterious S. The letter had not vanished, nor changed, nor shown any sign of enchantment, yet it burned in her satchel like a coal, and she could not rid herself of the sensation that whoever had written it already knew what she would do next. She and Albus spent their evenings piecing together what little they could. They scoured old magical history texts in the library, pored through lists of Department of Mysteries personnel dating back 50 years, and even attempted to trace the symbol at the bottom of the card. But though Rose was certain she had seen it somewhere before, no book, scroll, or record would reveal it. The 3 interlocking circles meant nothing in the runic indexes. The broken line was absent from every sigil catalog they consulted. It was a week later, just after supper, when they found their first lead. They had taken refuge in the musty back room of the library, the one with warped windows and chairs that never sat quite evenly on the floor, and were poring through unseen threads, occult symbols of the wandering clans, a tome so rarely used that Rose had to cast a mild mildew banishing charm before they could turn the pages without sticking their fingers together. Albus was leafing through the back chapters with only half his attention when he gave a sudden grunt and leaned closer. "Here," he said, tapping the page. "Look at this." Rose leaned in. At the top of the page was a sketched emblem, 3 circles overlapping like a Venn diagram, with a broken vertical line cutting through the center. Beneath it a title, Sigil of the Silent Path. Her heart gave a jolt. "A silent path," she whispered. "I've heard that before. It's in the footnotes of hidden orders of the Age of Shadows, I think. Something about unsanctioned magical societies." Ops read aloud from the book. "A clandestine collective of magical scholars, active during the decline of the Third Goblin Rebellion. Members operated in secret, believed to preserve or conceal magical knowledge deemed too dangerous for public use. The last recorded reference to the Silent Path was in a fragmented letter dated 1402. Rose stared at the page, then slowly reached into her bag and withdrew the gray card. Holding it beside the book, the symbol matched perfectly. "So whoever wrote this message," she said, "knows about the Silent Path. Maybe they're part of it." Albus gave a low whistle. "If they're real, if they still exist." Her eyes distant. "What if they're the ones guarding the other artifacts?" It was not a wild theory. In fact, the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. Morrigan had created powerful magical fragments she could not destroy. The Ministry had found one, sealed it away, and promptly lost track of it. But what if others had been recovered before then, by people who understood what they were and what they could do? People who didn't trust the Ministry, people who believed that some magic should stay hidden, perhaps forever. That night, unable to sleep, Rose returned to her desk and pulled out the ring. It lay in her palm like a sliver of moonlight, utterly still but no longer silent. As she stared at it, a faint vibration stirred beneath her skin. Not physical, but magical, like a thread being plucked somewhere deep within her. She hesitated only a moment before slipping it onto her finger. At once, the room grew cold. Her breath misted in the air, and the world seemed to dim around her. Shadows lengthened, stretching across the floor, and the candle on her desk flickered violently before extinguishing altogether. In the stillness that followed, she heard a sound. Not quite a voice, not quite a word, but a shape in the mind, like thought given weight. Not forgotten. The ring glowed faintly, and with it came an image, brief but clear. A doorway carved into rock, with the same broken sigil etched into the lintel. Above it, a phrase in the language of old runes. That which cannot be silenced must be guarded. Then the vision faded, and the warmth of the room returned. Rose gasped and pulled the ring off, her hand shaking. She gripped the edge of the desk and sat for a long moment, listening to the silence, waiting to be sure the vision was truly gone. In the morning, she told Albus everything. He listened, eyes wide, and said at last, "A message, a warning, a map? Whatever it is, it wants you to find something." "Yes," she said, "and I think I know where to begin." Later that week, they sent an owl to the Department of Mysteries, disguised, of course. Rose wrote the letter in firm, clean script, requesting access to records regarding the relocation of certain unregistered magical objects from the late 20th century, citing her surname and framing it as part of her research into magical genealogy. It was a long shot, but perhaps the name Weasley still opened certain doors. To their surprise, a reply came within 2 days. The letter bore the seal of the ministry but was unsigned. It read, "For answers, seek what was buried, not what was filed. There is no record of what never existed, but you may find what you seek beneath the frost." Albus read the note twice. Beneath the frost. That's either incredibly vague or very specific. Rose said nothing for a moment. Then she murmured, "There's only one place I've seen that phrase before. In the old northern texts, the deep holds beneath Durmstrang." Albus blinked. "You want to go to Durmstrang?" "I don't want to," she said grimly, "but I think we have to." As they began to prepare quietly, carefully, making lists of spells and supplies, they both felt the change. The air itself seemed to tighten, as though the castle had noticed what they were planning. The corridors grew quieter around them, the shadows deeper, and once, as they passed through the great hall late at night, Rose thought she saw a figure vanish between the columns at the far end. A cloak too long, too smooth, like mist turning solid for a breath. They were being watched, and time, they knew, was running short. They left Hogwarts before dawn, the sky still heavy with stars and the towers of the castle wrapped in pale mist. Rose had written a careful note to Professor McGonagall, leaving it on her desk beneath the curled edge of her timetable. It said nothing of vaults or artifacts or ancient sigils, only that she would return soon, and that she was going where the frost kept secrets better than stone. She hoped that the headmistress would understand, and, more importantly, that she would not send anyone after them. She turned back to the Happies, cresting a boulder after the train, and then she began to walk toward the Albus had arranged passage with the help of James, who knew someone who owed him a favor in the Department of International Magical Cooperation. The portkey was a battered kettle wrapped in dragon hide and smelled faintly of peat and smoke. When it activated, it yanked them from the edge of the forbidden forest and hurled them halfway across Europe in a matter of seconds. They landed hard in a frozen clearing, tumbling into snowbank and pine needles, the air thick with cold so sharp it seemed to bite the inside of their throats. Rose stood first, brushing frost from her sleeves and turning slowly in place. Trees towered around them, tall and black against the steel-gray sky, their branches heavy with ice. Beyond the forest, a long ridge of mountain shadowed the land, and tucked against its base, like a secret kept by the wind, stood the outline of a fortress, low, sprawling, half buried in snow. Durmstrang. They did not approach the school itself. Albus had marked the coordinates carefully, and the entrance they sought lay beyond the old eastern wall, where the stone gave way to cliff and the earth had split long ago. The path was narrow and treacherous, winding down a rocky descent hidden by evergreens and ice-crusted fern. As they walked, their breath rising in silver clouds, Rose could feel the weight of the ring again, pulling faintly, not in any direction she could name, but like a compass that pointed not to north, but to memory. They reached the base of the cliff just as the sun broke through the clouds, casting a pale light across the frozen slope. There, hidden behind a fallen slab of stone, was a narrow archway. Frost clung to its frame like lace, and carved into the lintel above were the same interlocking circles, etched so faintly that they would have gone unnoticed to anyone not already searching. Albus reached out and touched the stone. It was bitterly cold, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then the frost across the door cracked and melted, revealing a seam in the rock that shimmered with faint silver light. Without a word, Rose stepped forward and laid the ring against the symbol. The stone shivered. With a low grinding sound, the archway opened inward, revealing a tunnel that descended steeply into darkness. A gust of cold air rushed past them, carrying with it the scent of something ancient. Dry earth, old parchment, and faintly, the ghost of something floral, like withered lavender. They lit their wands and entered. The walls of the passage were smooth, carved from black stone, veined with white. The descent was steep and long, and silence followed them like a third shadow. There were no runes here, no torches, no signs of the living. Just the steady slope, the cold that deepened with every step, and the ever-present hum of magic, quiet, patient, coiled like a serpent in the dark. At last, the tunnel leveled out and opened into a vast circular chamber. It was lined with shelves of ancient wood, all bowed under the weight of scrolls and boxes, relics and glass vials filled with strange, shimmering dust. The far wall held a single door, made not of stone or metal, but of ice, pure and clear, glowing faintly with inner light. And standing before that door, waiting as if they had known all along that someone would come, was a figure. They wore robes of dark green, their face hidden beneath a smooth silver mask marked with the sigil of the silent path. In their left hand they held a long staff of white ash. In their right, a book bound in black leather with a clasp that bore the Morhallow crest. Rose stepped forward cautiously. "You sent the message." The masked figure inclined their head. "I did." "Who are you?" Albus asked, his wand raised. The figure's voice was neither young nor old, male nor female. It carried the strange clarity of magic used to veil its source. "I am the keeper of the Frost Vault," they said, "and you have come for what was never meant to be found." Rose tightened her grip on her wand. "I came to understand. I came to finish what Morrigan began." There was silence. Then the keeper said, "She made 7 anchors. One was sealed by her hand. 1 was stolen. 3 were broken by time. 1 is here. The last remains, lost. 7, Rose whispered. What are they? Fragments of her magic? The keeper stepped aside, gesturing toward the ice door. More than that, they are memories that resist forgetting, magic that refuses to fade. Each one binds a part of what she buried. Together, they form the shape of the thing she feared most. And what is that? Alvis asked. The keeper's mask turned toward him. A mind that can live without a soul, a will without conscience. A magic that grows by feeding on memory, learning not from books or teachers, but from the thoughts it devours. Rose's breath caught. She didn't just hide herself, she said slowly. She buried something. Something that thinks. The keeper nodded once. She called it the hollow mind. It was born of her greatest failure. Albus looked uneasy. Is it still alive? It is not a thing of flesh or breath, the keeper replied, but it waits. In places where memory lingers, in rooms where grief was never spoken, in vaults where names were never written. And what lies behind that door? Rose asked. The keeper placed the black book on a pedestal near the ice and stepped back. The 6th anchor. If you open it, you must be prepared to bind what waits inside. Rose stared at the book. It pulsed faintly with magic, the runes along its spine shifting like ink in water. She reached out slowly, her hand hovering just above it. Then, without warning, the door of ice cracked. A low moan echoed through the chamber, and frost spread across the floor in branching patterns, spiraling toward their feet. The keeper stepped back sharply. It's too soon, they said. The seal is weakening. Albus turned to Rose. Do we stop it or finish it? Rose hesitated, and then she placed her hand on the book. The moment Rose's fingers touched the cover of the book, a jolt passed through her, subtle but unmistakable. It was not pain or even discomfort, but a deep awareness, as if something unseen had turned to look at her from across a great distance. The black leather was cool beneath her palm, and the clasp bearing the Moorhallow crest trembled once before clicking open with a soft sound like the snuffing of a flame. The pages turned by themselves, fluttering in a slow, deliberate motion, until they stopped near the middle, revealing a page inked not with words, but with a moving sigil, one that spiraled and shifted and reformed endlessly, refusing to settle into a single shape. Behind her, the frost on the floor continued to spread, the temperature falling sharply enough that Rose could see her breath in steady clouds. The ice door shuddered once more, deep cracks spiderwebbing across its surface, each one glowing with the same silver light that pulsed from the book. The keeper moved to the far side of the chamber, raising their staff and murmuring something too low to hear, and a dome of pale blue light shimmered into being around the pedestal and the door. Albus took a cautious step closer. What's happening? The seal was meant to last another century, the keeper said, their voice strained. Something, or someone has, disturbed the others. The hollow mind is waking. Rose barely heard them. Her eyes were fixed on the shifting symbol, her thoughts pulling away from the room and toward something deeper. The ring on her finger flared once with light, then dimmed. The magic here was older than she had imagined, not just ancient, but forgotten by choice. This place had not been built to house knowledge, but to guard against it, to lock away a truth too dangerous to be spoken. Without thinking, she reached down and pressed her hand to the center of the sigil. The air vanished. In the blink of an eye, the chamber fell away, and she stood once more in memory. Not her own, but someone else's. She was in a room of glass and shadow, walls lined with shelves that stretched beyond sight. In each one, a memory flickered, a moment, a thought, a life caught like a butterfly beneath glass. At the center stood Morrigan Morehollow, not as a ghost or a vision, but alive, her robes pale as fog, her hair unbound, her wand lowered at her side. She was not alone. Across from her stood a figure formed of pure shadow, its face a shifting void, its voice echoing through the space without lips or breath. "You would bind me," it said, and though it spoke in a whisper, the sound carried weight. Morgan's face was drawn with weariness, but her hand did not waver. "You are not life. You are not thought. You are the shape of what should never be. I am knowledge. You are hunger," she said bitterly. "You take from minds what they would never give, and you leave them hollow. That is not learning. That is theft." The shadow moved closer. "And yet you made me." There was a long silence. "Yes," Morgan said at last. "I made you, but I will not let you survive me." She raised her wand, and the memory ended. The chamber snapped back into being, and Rose staggered slightly, her breath coming fast. The book slammed shut on its own, and the pedestal cracked beneath it. The dome of blue light flickered violently, and with a final thunderous groan, the door of ice shattered. A wind rushed into the room, howling and bitter, filled with whispers that seemed to claw at their ears. The space beyond the broken threshold was black, deeper than shadow, deeper than night. It was a space that felt wrong, not because of what it contained, but because of what it lacked. There was no sound, no air, no presence, and yet something was there, watching. The keeper stepped forward, staff raised, their voice firm now despite the cold. "This is the last threshold. If you pass beyond it, you will see the sixth anchor, but you must understand what that means. You will not be able to leave it unchanged." Albus turned to Rose. "We don't have to go any further. We've learned enough to warn people. Your mom, Kingsley, even the unspeakables." Rose shook her head. "They'll never believe us, not until it's too late. And the anchors, they're failing. Morrigan's seals weren't meant to last forever. She expected them to be maintained, maybe even renewed." The keeper gave a short nod. "She believed her heir would come." Rose looked at the ring on her hand, then at the shattered doorway. "Then let's not disappoint her." They crossed the threshold together. The chamber beyond was silent. It was shaped like a hollow dome, the walls smooth and gray, the floor etched with runes that glowed faintly beneath their feet. At the center hovered a sphere, small, no larger than a quaffle, its surface black as ink, its core pulsing faintly with pale blue light. It did not move, did not spin, did not speak, and yet it was alive. Rose could feel it, not in her ears or her skin, but in her mind, a presence, not hostile, not yet, but curious. It pressed gently against her thoughts, like fingertips against glass. Albus whispered, "Is that it?" "Yes," Rose said. "The sixth anchor." The keeper raised their staff. "You must bind it, as before. The ring has already accepted the echo from the vault. It may hold this fragment too, if your will is strong enough." Rose stepped closer. The sphere stirred slightly, like a sleeper shifting in its dream. Her hand tightened around her wand, and with her free hand she removed the ring. It trembled in her palm. Then, without warning, the sphere flared with light and sent out a single whispered thought. "Name," Rose blinked. "What?" "Name," it repeated. Not a question, but a command. She hesitated. Then, clearly, she said, "Rose Weasley." The sphere pulsed once, then again, and then, "Blood of Moorhallow." The glow intensified. A storm of memory rushed over her. Images, fragments, half-formed thoughts. A spell cast in desperation. A chamber deep beneath the sea. A map drawn in flame. And always, at the center, the same voice. 7 to bind, 1 to awaken, 1 to choose. Then the light vanished, and the sphere cracked. With a sudden jolt, the fragment poured into the ring like water down a drain, and Rose collapsed to her knees. She was shaking. Albus caught her, steadied her, but she barely felt it. Her thoughts were no longer her own. They were hers and someone else's. They were full of cold stars, of lost names, of things too large to fit inside a human mind. But she endured. The keeper lowered their staff. "It is done. The 6th is bound. Only 1 remains." Rose looked up, eyes wide. "And where is it?" The keeper's mask tilted slightly. "Where it all began. Beneath the wand-maker's hearth." And with that, the last secret was spoken aloud. They left the frost vault beneath Durmstrang just as the first snow began to fall again, light as breath, vanishing on their cloaks as soon as it touched. The keeper vanished without another word, slipping into the dark like mist in a cold room, leaving Rose and Albus to climb back through the narrow mountain pass alone. Neither of them spoke. The air was thin, and their thoughts heavier than anything that could be carried in their bag. Rose felt the weight of the ring now, not just as a magical object, but as something far deeper, a vessel of memory, of will, of magic that had long outlived its creator and yet still reached out through time, seeking something or someone who could bear its burden. They returned to Britain the next day, traveling by Port Key through a heavily warded ministry transfer point in Inverness. From there they took the train not because it was quicker, it wasn't, but because it gave them time to think. The compartment was empty, the sky outside as gray as a soot-stained mirror, and the rhythmic clatter of wheels over rails made for the kind of silence that neither demanded answers nor offered them. Rose sat with the ring in her hand, watching it pulse gently in the gloom. The 6th fragment was quiet now, but she could feel it, resting just beneath her thoughts, like a stone at the bottom of a deep well. Sometimes it stirred, showing her fragments of magic long forgotten, spells never taught at Hogwarts, names of wizards whose wands had crumbled to dust before the founders had even met. She didn't speak of it aloud, not yet. Even Albus, whose loyalty never wavered, could see the toll it was taking. They reached London as twilight fell, and walked from the station through muggle streets lit by rain-glossed lamps. Rose led without needing directions. She had never been to the place the keeper had named, but something in her bones guided her feet. Something old and certain, as though a map had been carved into her skin long before she had been born. They stopped before a narrow shop front at the very end of Nocturne Alley, a place long since abandoned. The windows were boarded, the sign above so faded it could barely be read, but Rose could still make out the word beneath the grime. Thornwell and Price, wand makers to the Forgotten Orders. a name never mentioned in wand lore today, a name lost in the footnotes of footnotes. Albus glanced around. The street was empty, save for a stray cat that watched them with yellow eyes from a broken barrel. "You're sure?" Rose nodded. "It's here." She pushed open the door. It creaked loudly, and the sound echoed far too long in the dusty silence beyond. The air inside was cold and dry, and the scent of old wood, resin, and something sharp, like scorched parchment, lingered in the gloom. The shop was small, lined with shelves that leaned under the weight of broken boxes and half-forgotten tools. Dust lay thick on every surface, undisturbed by time or spell. They crossed the floor slowly. In the back, half hidden behind a warped workbench, was a hearth. It was cold, long unused, but carved into the stones of its surround was the sigil again, the 3 circles, the broken line. Beneath it, barely legible, were words in a language older than any human tongue. Rose knelt, brushing ash away with her sleeve. Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached into her cloak and withdrew the ring. It pulsed once. The fireplace groaned. Albus stepped back instinctively as the wall behind the hearth shimmered, then folded inward like a curtain being drawn. A narrow tunnel revealed itself, descending steeply into the dark, lit by nothing but the soft glow now emanating from the ring. They stepped through. The air was thicker here, warmer. The stone beneath their feet was smoother than anything natural, shaped by magic and intent. The passage descended in a slow, spiraling curve, deeper than anything they had yet walked. Rose could feel it, the final anchor, not ahead, but around her, beneath her, pressing in from all sides like a pressure in the mind. The tunnel ended at last in a wide chamber, round and bare, with a single pedestal at the center. Upon it sat a small orb, silver, smooth, unmarked. And next to it, resting upon a velvet cloth the color of dried blood, was a wand. It was old, older than any wand had a right to be. Its handle was carved with runes that no one used now, and its wood, ashen, twisted, seemed to breathe. Rose stepped toward it, and the room grew colder. Albus whispered, "Is that hers?" "No," said Rose. "It's what she made. For it." The orb pulsed faintly. She reached out and lifted it. The chamber did not shake. No light flared, no voice spoke. But in her mind, a presence stirred. The hollow mind, complete now, whispered not in words, but in knowing. It did not threaten, it did not shout, it simply waited, offering memories too vast for a single soul to hold. Rose saw a world not as it was, but as it had been, in lives not hers, in minds that once lived and died in silence. She stood there for what might have been minutes or hours. At last she looked at Albus. Her voice was quiet but sure. "We can't destroy it." His brow furrowed. "Why not?" "Because it's not evil," she said. "It's not even alive. It's memory, pure, unshaped. If we destroy it, we lose all of it. The good, the terrible, the things no one else remembers. Then what do we do?" Rose walked to the center of the chamber, placed the orb on the pedestal again, and pressed the ring beside it. She raised the wand, and with a slow, steady breath, began to weave a spell not from any book, but from instinct. Something the hollow mind showed her, something buried in her blood. A seal, stronger than Morayman's. Not a prison, a promise. As the spell took hold, The chamber shimmered, the stone warmed, the orb darkened, dimmed, and finally stilled. The anchor was no longer bound by fear. It was guarded by choice. Rose turned, exhausted, and together they climbed back into the world above. They emerged in the pale light of morning. The street was quiet. The cat was gone. The shop stood as it had been, broken, forgotten, but something had changed. They said nothing until they reached Diagon Alley. Then Albus, squinting against the early sun, said, "Do you think that's the end of it?" Rose looked at the sky, her hand resting lightly on the ring. "I think it's the beginning." Then somewhere far away, deep beneath stone and spell and silence, the hollow mind slept once more, remembered, but no longer alone.